Hello. Hi, hey. How you're doing? Welcome. Hope you're doing good. I'm flat today, and I forgot to. I still haven't disabled. Well, yeah, I still haven't disabled the redeems. But oh my god, but here, let me disable some redeems real quick. Also, I hope you are doing good. No more storm, thankfully. The storm is not as scary as last time, but oh shit, I forgot about fish again. It is still kind of stormy, and I was a little bit afraid, to be honest. Oh, we cannot do boot many. Yeah, but I mean, boot many is only for 3D. Oh god, that's unfortunate. But yeah, the storm dissipates now. It looks good. And what's wild is that there's sun coming out already. It's so weird. And this one doesn't work. I feel like if I'm not 3D, almost half of the redeem just doesn't work entirely. Oh, fish. There you go. Okay. But yeah, so one thing, multiple things actually. I bought the game. Yo, first booty. I bought Forever Winter. So last night I was sort of like counting, you know, like budgeting a little bit. Wait, I'm devastated enough that Chernobyl make a name. Look, it's Kazoo, and I know. Look, okay, I that's valid. Okay, I know Kazoo is hard to deal with. I fucking hate Kazoo as well. Kazoo sucks. But yeah, it is. Kazoo being Kazoo, it seems. Anyway, yeah, last night I was budgeting a little bit, and it looks like, yeah, I have some spare funds that I can buy Forever Winter. I know after yesterday, what I did, and then suddenly me buying the game will look very bad. I understand that. But truth is, right, those money being donated, that really helps a lot, okay? Those money, I already accounted to all the bills that I need to pay next month. And all the, I mean, not all the loans, but there's only one currently that I need to tackle. Right, the house loan that I mentioned multiple times already, the house loans that I need to take care of. So all of those combined together, plus the savings that I have, it is enough with some spare, right? Very safe, right? Let's say next month would be very safe. So, blessed that I am. So thanks again. I truly feel blessed. Thank you. But yeah, that allows me to buy Forever Winter. Although again, yes, it might be kind of bad for me to buy a game right now, since I'm still so tight. But like I mentioned, a game is a luxury, and like I cannot help. I want to loot and shoot. Okay. So I bought the game, but safe to say that I'll be safe for the next month, even a month after. I feel like probably, right? So I'm very happy, and I'm very lucky to be here. So thank you again. I feel so selfish sometimes doing this, but again, right? Just I appreciate it really. Big appreciate, so thank you. It helps a lot. it truly helps a lot. So about last night I bought it. Oh, it says today. I mean, it is today technically. It was after 12 a.m. I bought the game and I installed it. The game is way bigger than I thought. I thought it's like a sort of a small game, but no, this game is like fucking 83 gigabytes. 83. I was like, oh, it's so big. So I went for a little bit of cleanup for my PC, and now I can fit this. I can fit Tekken. Right, I fit this, I fit Tekken, I fit Monster Hunter World, and I fit, most importantly, where's the Elder Scrolls Online? Here, that I'm gonna play back soon. Finally! Really deep cleaning, right? Oh, hi Zeal. Welcome. Oh my god, look at that lick. Wait, I think I can do that too, can I? Oh no, I don't. Oops, my bad. Hope you're doing good, Zeal. Welcome. In fact, I hope you're all doing good. No more storm. I feel safe. Yeah. No, it's just a friendly lick. Friendly lick. Anyway, I want to try this game. I hope this game is not very intensive. But I don't know, right? I don't know. Only one way to find out. I'm gonna open up the game now. So, because I feel like this game is very intensive, that's why I'm 2D as well. I'm not 3D anymore. Hell yeah. I mean, hell yeah and hell no at the same time. Because if I'm not 3D, it's like 50% of the redeem that just doesn't work at all. It's kind of funny. But it is what it is. It's fine. Maybe. I'm probably sure I'd open it up first, huh? Because now I feel like it's probably gonna take a long time to just get the game open. Probably. I don't know. In the meantime, I'm gonna go get my phone real quick. I was actually taking a small nap as well, right? And I was lucky enough to wake up when the storm ends, essentially. Yeah. Took a little bit of a nap as well. Feels good. I like it. What the hell is it's epic? It's Epico game? God damn. Why? Alright. Gonna go take the phone real quick. Hey. Oh my god, how is it not? Oh, okay, there we go. Okay. What? How many? Is this what Epic is? Is this what Epic is like? Oh, you need to download 10. What? Excuse me, game? Cannot even install properly? Hi, Evie. Welcome. So, the game is just like gone? Is the, oh, something's happening. I don't know how I feel about this. It's so weird. Epic Games? Yep. Oh my god, hi, Vori. Welcome. I'm just gonna devoid. I'm just gonna casually check my Telegram while I wait. I think the game is bugged from what happened? Question mark? What are those eyes? Oh my god. Maybe I need to... Maybe I need to reopen the game, I guess. Oh. Oh my god, Forever Winter is taking like 70%. What the fuck? Oh my god. Is this why the game doesn't run at all? Wait, it's going down. Oh, it's going down to nothing now? Oh, oh, oh. Are you? Are you? Oh no, it's going up again. What do you want? Oh, mama. It's actually loading. Oh my god. Wow, look at that. Holy shit. I am very surprised that my PC is not dead yet. Oh my god. OBS. Yeah, I'm using VDOTube. Or VRDOTube, I guess. I'm using VRDOTube because look at that amount of CPU. It's basically nothing. It's so good. Anyway, let's try to play the game. Oh, the sound. Horrible eyes that look at you. Very spooky. Let me change this to Fly for Winter. Capture that. Yeah, VDOTube is great. Hi, Fluffy. It is so not resource intensive. It's so good. You guys want to listen or like look at... No. Select to. Fun dog. Oh, let me reply to Telegram real quick. Oh, it's a whale shark. No one was like, whoa, that takes a while. Are you still using the older version or latest one? I think it's the older version. Because I have not updated VDOTube at all. Import previous game data. Have you previously played this game on another platform? No. Would you like to enable cross-platform invites to friends using an Epic Games account? And I want Epic! Get out! Ooh, options. I love options. Oh, that's a weird change. Okay, full screen of this. Facing on. Must be a port to put water right in the roots or something, right? I don't know. The strange face. Motion resolution scale 40. Looks good. I think I want to try resolution scale and real mature, Tiara. Oh, tiny yip. Oh my god. I'm gonna put everything at low and see how the game runs. Audio wise, I'm gonna put the audio at slightly lower because it feels like the game might be very loud because there's a lot of guns shooting. Yeah. Alright, that looks good. Training mission. I need training. Teach me how to play the gum. Okay. Game? Hello? My mouse cannot be... Oh, okay. Oh, gee. Must be very mega intensive, this one. Encoding overloaded. Oh no. My PC is constantly dying from this. Okay, let's disable VSync. Doesn't help. Oh man. Lowering resolution doesn't help because can I go border? Borderless. Oh, borders cannot change. Oh shit. Dynamic resolution on. What if do I have to play 30 FPS? That's kind of sad. Okay, I mean it works. God damn it. I have to play on 30 FPS. I mean, hey, if it looks fine in my book. Although, one last thing I can try, okay? Oh my god, this is so sad. Now we play in 60 and resolution scale at... Okay, 50 is the lowest. Fair enough, right? Fair enough. That doesn't look 60. Does it look 60 to you? It doesn't, right? This reminds me of Once Human. I was struggling with the same thing as well. Unfortunate. This is what I get for not testing it first and just go straight to stream. But with 30 FPS, I might be able to like resolution scale 100. No. Just keep everything at the lowest. God damn it. There we go. Okay, this feels 30, I think. Alright, then I mean, let's see how this plays. I don't know. Semi-auto, semi. Oh, that's weird. From third person to first person. Oh, there's no crosshair. We need to buy here a beef PC. I don't know how to save up for it for now. I think if I want to buy a beef PC, I might need to buy like a pre-made one, you know, since I don't know anything about PC, sadly. You're near a loot container. Get near until the prompt appears to follow its instruction to open. I can't see shit. Can I make the game brighter? Buy dragon? I would want to buy dragon. Gamma. Barely visible. I mean, Gamma looks good, I guess, but... Oh yeah. Oh, now I can see a little bit more. Fish Kobo? Hey. Dragon PC? Wait, is that Dragon PC? Fish with Kobo? Shells for all shotgun weapons. There's so many things. Loot all. Everything is mine now. Oh wait, that's a shotgun? Ooh, hell yeah, shotgun! Oh, noodle. Open rig inventory and then drag a water barrel into the ground to drop it. 1 day of water. Like that? Now head to extraction location indicated by the extract icon. Oh my god, the fish is also dying. Even at 30 FPS? Crazy. Oh, you counted 2 bolt? Nice. Destroy at least 5 enemies in training. There's no enemies though. Oh, nearly! Oh my god, what the fuck is that? Oh my god, what the hell is this? How do I know they're dead? Oh! Press 4 to heal. Are they all like this? They don't die. Ooh. Fertilizer. Glue gun. Wine. Restore self by reduce hand-eye coordination. No room? Oh no, did I bug up the game like crazy? Oh no, there we go, it's working again. Current burden 100%. Oh, is it because I have too much ammo? But there's so many loot here. Intel, good for trade. Large set of tools, good for trade. Fine, I'm not gonna take any of those. Not having crosshair while shooting is kind of weird. You want fight, huh? You want fight? Oh shit. Ooh! Hiya. TGT? Are they endless? I have to aim downwards a little bit. What is this? What is this crap? Let's see. Aim downwards. Nope. That's better. Do I extract here? How do I extract? Oh no! There's endless enemy. How do I extract? Oh no! Oh, wait, change gun. Oh wow! This is really bad for my PC, I feel like. Bro, I just want... Oh, oh, extract! Run. Extract now. I almost died from tutorial. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. Evac time. Oh, that was 10 minutes. Crazy. My PC can handle this game, sadly, I feel like. Oh no. oh no. A very oh no indeed. Encoding overload. Not even at 30 FPS my PC can handle this. This is so sad. Congratulations, you just returned alive all the items in your rig. You also keep your weapons and their customization. Keep it up. The innards. Explore this hub world to find vendors, quest givers, water management, and other important elements. Start with the quest givers right in front of you. Mission loot. Open no boxes. Move to stash. Okay. Manage your equipment here. I press E. Okay. Ooh, I like a good beetle. I want beetle. How do I know which gun use what ammo? Oh, it says here, okay. 12 game. Oh, this one? Oh no, I have zero knowledge on guns. What is this? Okay, so I need to bring this. Uh-huh. And 45. This one. I think that's good. Customize. Ooh. Gun. There's a grenade launcher? Oh shit. Rigs, consumables, small first aid kit. I have 12 of those. I should bring some? 2. They don't stack? Oh my god. Tactical camera. Scan for false allies and valuable items. We don't need that. Character management. Manage your characters and their skills here. Oh, cool, cool. Old man, scav girl, mask man, shaman, gunhead, and bagman. What's up with your PC? I want to try the game now. I really do. I love how it's not moving at all. Some law elements may have changed due to incompatibility. Please verify and load that. Strength training. High health, low speed. Initially trained in rifles, shotguns, light machine guns. Average health and speed. Fish slowly. I'm sorry. Medical expert. HRF. Oh, who uses beetle? Do you use beetle? Some machine guns? Oh, you use beetle. Around carry capacity and heavy weaponry. Rifle and heavy rifles. Can see the icons on HUD and 2 times normal distance. A hybrid of speed, carry capacity, and weapon skills. Ooh, wait, shaman. I like shaman. Patient. Reminds me of those memes like Spooder in your PC when you use 100 mods. How do I play shaman? How do I change character? Chicken nugget. I hear chicken nugget, but I'm not seeing chicken nugget. Is this not... Don't you just choose character here? That doesn't look like Shaman. Are you Shaman? Oh, hi, Droxix. Gonna unlock them. I need to unlock them? What? I don't believe you. They're not saying that it's locked or anything. Really? Am I Shaman? Fish car. Don't worry about it, guys. The fish is slower, but it works. Shit, maybe I really need to invest in a stronger PC now. I mean, it's good for wilds as well. It's fine, I can play like this. It's not the first time I've done this before. Quest terminal. Scorch Enclave. 1 day of water. Oh, I need water, right? Kuka. Kuka. Oh. I'm gonna accept this one. Welcome to the innards. Look, we need more water, plain and simple. Tell you what, if you can recon the Scorch Enclave for us and report back, maybe that will help us find some water. I'll dip into my personal stash of water if you do this. PC whenever fishing. Ugh. Running completely out of water will reset the innards and remove all of your inventory. Complete quest or collect water in regions before the innards run out of water. Oh. Heisenberg. How much money do I have? Wait, can I buy something cool? Current water supply is 2 days. This requires at least 16 days of water. Oh my god, it burnt. Donation box? Give and receive. I don't need that. Oh. Scav meal? Scav meal to carry your gear. That's nice, right? How much do you cost? That looks like 3,000? I mean, I think it's good. Do I have 3,000? Oh, it's here. Oh, 25,000? Yo, it's mine now. Any more? I mean, oh, bullied. Is this what I have? That's what they have, right? I don't know. I'm so confused. Combat loadout. I think I'm playing as him. Large items. No. Rigs. Whoa, where's the thing that I just bought? Did I just spend 3,000 for nothing? Damn. A fish using bucket of mud. Moisturize? Okay. I think my PC needs to moisturize as well. How do I go on a quest? I don't abandon quest? Alternate quest. Hey, you're that scam to clear out the innards for us. I heard you really applied the pain, risky but admirable. I have little something extra for you to reward your efforts. Ooh, more money? Oh, we got more water now. Look at that. It's all good. Blue means good. Red means danger, right? So how do I think I go there. Deploy here, remember supplies, ammo, and med kits. Nah, I'm good. Loadout, right? Yeah, I have this amount of ammo. I think it's fine. Ready room. Oh yeah, see, I'm playing a shaman. I'm gonna go scorching. Yeah, begin counter. I'm good. Look at this. I'm a pro gamer. Sometimes. Sometimes. Who knows? Maybe the other maps will be a little bit more. Will be a little bit less intensive than the first map. Wishful thoughts, but I'll take it. Encoding overloaded, says OBS. I might not be able to stream this game, is the problem. Which is sad too, because I only get to play games when I stream. I usually don't really get to play games when I'm not streaming, other than nighttime.
More chances to assist the meager. Let's not waste it.
Explore and extract from Scorch Enclave. Bird. Can I have crosshair opacity 100? Where's the crosshair then? Is it just not there? I don't want to aim down sights. It's weird. Oh, is opacity like... There's no... There's no crosshair. Is it because I'm playing on the lowest quality possible, so the crosshair is just like gone? Oh my god, look at that big robot. Holy shit. Oh, I can scan for target? Push the FPS away, no! Can I crouch? Oh, C is crouch? That's kind of weird. Oh, advanced first aid kit? Can I hold any more large items? So water counts as large item? Ooh, hey, there's a bunch of loot here. What do you mean any more large items? Drop items or buy a larger container. Where's the 3,000 that I just bought? Where's my mule? Ooh, ammo. Ooh, ammo. Ammo, ammo, ammo. Cannot hold drop weaponry. That's a... Oh, it's a weapon. Lost supplies. Optic. Works on multiple weapons. I pressed right click. What did that do? Oh, discard. Oops. I'm not using this ammo, right? Ammo for the SVD. These things are very heavy, right? No, they're not. What thing is so heavy? Ammo for grenade launchers. I don't use that. 7.62. I'm using this one. 12 gauge and 45 ACP. So I guess the rest of the ammo I can just like drop for now. Oh my god, that's so heavy. Oh, where'd you guys come from? Where'd you guys come from? Oh my god, easy. When it comes to stealth, it's not really my strength. Oh my god, I got destroyed out in the open. Oh, this game is great. Oh no. You die in the last battle, you've lost all the gear, weaponry, items, and upgrades that were being carried for your character XP. You also lose all weapon XP gained in the battle when your character dies. A new character is available to play. They may look different, but they all retain the XP, skills, and prestige from the dead. So... I cannot play Shaman anymore? Is that what you're saying? Huh? Oh, my pistol is gone. No, my pistol though. Oh, more tune. Wait, oh shit. 5.45 mm. This one. And shotgun. I got crab good. Fish Kobo. No, that doesn't count. Okay, this is my loadout. Very nice. Let's try again. See, the thing is, what if I die until I have no guns at all? Do I just die? I mean, they have to take into consideration that people doesn't know how to play this game, like me, will possibly lose everything, right? And what's gonna happen after that? Think we good.
Our deeds are measured in scraps. Let's not waste space.
Oh, why am I almost full? I guess I'm not supposed to bring 2 guns. Let's go to the same place again. Ooh, shit, they're blind. Did someone shoot my way? Oh, they're blind. It's so good. Scooter? Oh, that has to be the camp. And more people coming. Look at the guns they're using. Crazy. That was very loud. Oh, I looted this place, so there's nothing here anymore. I think if there's only one people, I might be able to take care of them. There's this whole squad of them. Oh my god. They're just shooting. More coming? So what are they fighting against? Looks like a huge robot and they're all dead from this. One shot like a rocket and they died. This is so cool though. So I'm pretty sure there's like no allies here. I must have like 0 allies. I'm on my own. Okay, why are you guys shooting here? Great for AK. Oh shit. No one told me this is a horror game. I think this is just their camp. Their eyesight are actually pretty bad, so I can make use of that, I guess. They're just like me for real, for real. Canteen. Ammo. Oh, AK, APK. Is there someone? That looks like someone, right? There's two of them.
Luck will change. But now we have to survive.
They're so hard to kill. I think they heard me. Oh my god, look at the full squad. I'm so dead. I think just stay in the dark corner and I should be fine. Such as Finch, it got away? Who? Oh my god, gold crown? Let's go. I'm so used to just keep pressing escape.
A day well spent.
Day well spent? What did I do? That's the extraction point, right? No more fishing, but it turns out it was still a fishing game. I mean, it's lurk fish bait, something like that. Oh, yeah, that's the extraction. I got something... Yeah, I got this one large lockbox. And then my character just said like, a day well spent. I was like, I assume that's good. And I can extract now, question mark? Maybe? Fish make gambling addiction. I mean, you can extract whatever you want, but loot. Yeah, loot. I'm almost full kilogram already. Jesus, why are they even fighting? Efficient. Yep.
Beneath the ash means safety, if you can stand the smell.
I'm so good. Spectate? Why do I need to spectate? I got one big item and I didn't lose my gun. Open all boxes. There's nothing. Move to stash. Nice! We got more water. One day of water. We'll come back and well done. Sounds rough out there. We are up against it, that's for sure. But your Kimex promise, here's your reward. Okay. How do I open the large lockbox? What do you even do? Can I open you? What? What? But large lockbox. Oh, weaponry. Whoa, whoa. Ooh. They're so expensive. I got big loot empty, but large lockbox. It's not empty. My horn got a trout. God damn it, my horn. I think I just bring one gun, question mark. Do I have to bring two guns? I cannot unequip them. Hi, Toy Success. I guess I have to bring 545 and 12 gauge and 2 medkit. I guess I can try again. Bring 1 barrel of water back to the innets. Now that we know you can survive in the field, bring us 1 more barrel of water from anywhere. Water is vital. We are constantly using it, so we also need to constantly resupply it. The more water the inlet has, the more people will be attracted here, providing more opportunities for gears and quests. Water and other supplies take a lot of space in your rig, and I know more carry capacity will be valuable to you. Yeah. I will give you a better rig to carry items and damage destroyed weaponry if you do this for us. So, more... I can carry more? I like the sound of that. Lilac, Snake. Oh, hi, Snake. I recognize that name. How you doing? It's been a while. How goes the Hunt Water Down game? My PC is constantly dying, but I'm still having fun. Can I get more carry capacity? SMGs are 5% more accurate. Ah, I'm using SMG, right? What are you? How do I know what gun you are? Are you SMG? Any... Are you not SMG? But you look so small. I don't know if you are... I think you might be SMG. Yeah. Maybe? Shig? Oh, shotgun. 5% smaller scatter pattern for Shig. Shig. It says RFL, so... Right. Oh, huh? That's a rifle? Oh, that's weird. Oh, RFL. Oh. Oh, surplus rifle? We got more tune. I guess I can go to Scorch Enclave again. Rifle and shotgun. Hey! Maybe I'm made for this gun. But I got more carrying capacity for Shaman. I gotta use Shaman. Lady. Begin countdown. I gotta be so... I'm the best. I'm the best. Been a bit. I don't watch streams often though. That's very fair. I do check for you and for others when I do consistently enjoyable streams. Oh, that means so much. Thank you. My gosh, I appreciate that a lot. Very rarely up this late though. It's very understandable. I've been trying to sleep a little bit earlier than usual lately as well.
Life finds a way, even here.
A little bit anyway. Cool. Is that enemy? Oh, it's not a lot of money, it's just my PC is dying. It's all good. So that can. Loot. Color magazine. Martino. AK, RPK, AK barrel. There's so many like AK upgrades, but no other things that I can use. What about something that's not AK, like hello? Holy shit, I don't want to mess with that. Is someone controlling the thing? Oh, do they just shoot automatically? That's crazy. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 there's so many people. There's so many people. Is that water? Loot water! Oh my god.
From the soft white underbelly.
Mystery meat can be consumed for a small health boost. AK, AKs are the most widely used military rifle. Oh, that's why. Okay, okay, that makes sense. Maybe I should bring my own AK as well. Considering that I might be able to upgrade them on the battlefield. Buy a larger container. I mean, I got water, I can just extract now, right? What is that? What are those? We chill out here for a bit. I'm pretty sure those things are dangerous. Surveillance? Should probably leave this place as soon as possible. I'm so scared because I know the moment I got in contact with anyone, I'm dead. I'm alone and there's always like squads of enemies. They're so well coordinated. They're fighting over there again. It's the same stuff. Oh my goodness. Look at that squad. Should probably not go there. No. Why is there no... smuggled organs? Why is there no crosshair? I don't understand. Hard drive. Ooh, first aid. Weapon handguard upgrade. Stock upgrade. M4 Air 1? I think I'm almost full. There's still so many things that I can loot here. M4 Air 1. Isn't this the gun from Counter Striker? Oh, you know the counter terrorists can use M4 Air 1, I think? Or M16, one of them? I don't know anything about guns, so I don't know. But it's something along the line of M something. Damn, fighting is good. Means you couldn't care less about you during it. Oh yeah, and loot the weak troops after. Yeah, like what I did just now. Extraction point is over there. I'd rather avoid fights when I can, just because I'm like alone. Run. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, this scared the fuck out of me. I need to lower down the Mousino noise. They look like advanced troops or some shit. Look at them! Hey, look, it's a color.
And now, home again.
No gunshot? Hell yeah. Look at that. 0 kills, nothing. Assist none. Experience extractions and nothing. I'm in and I'm out, baby. No one knows that I'm there. Open all box. Huh? What does open all box mean? Even my large lock box just doesn't open. I got water. You're getting good at this, I know. A new rig? New rig in your combat loader. When you're ready for more work. She looks like you can handle yourself. Hey, what? I'm willing to introduce you to my Eurasian and Euruskan counterpart. But you have to prove yourself to them first. If you can get a hold of 3 European drone components, that should be enough to convince them to you're worth their time. And I hook you up. Oh. Ah. Ah. Yeah, I have AK. Yeah, just bring AK. See? AK. AK. What do you use? 545 mm. This one. Nah. And then I still have a shotgun ammo. Nah. Hi Brian. A dragon hug? Oh my god, yeah. It's the game you're looking at. How is it so far? If only my PC can handle this game, I feel like I will have a lot more fun with this. But I am also having fun, just the 30 FPS is a little bit of a downer. This game is a little bit too intensive, sadly. But so far it's pretty fine, not gonna lie. I don't even need to kill things, they just fight themselves and I get the stuff. Local adorable little Kobo scavengers to make own dragon horde. Yeah. They won't even know. They won't even know what is gone. We can go to a new place? Question mark? What do you want me to do again? Retrieve 3 Europan drone components. What the heck is a Europan drone component? Elephant mausoleum? Make trenches in... Oh, here. Oh, it's not make trenches in progress. It's make trenches in progress. This is why I need to go. Oh, I was like, why is the name so weird? Why is the name make trenches in progress? Like, or is it like... Is it like still in mid development for this map? I don't know. Maybe one of them. I have no idea. Do you have Pitol? Oh, it's SMG. Wait, aren't you good with SMG, Shaman? Oh. Does this mean a Kobo can graduate to a mini dragon if they hoard enough weapons and explosives? Probably not. I mean, at least to this Kobo right here. And then this Kobo wants to stay Kobo. Kobo, good. That means that I can get free things from dragons all the time. You know, sometimes I just go in front of a dragon and go like, yip yip, look at them. And then just be like, oh, have this. Free! The dragons are so nice. 6,500. I just want all carry capacity. Do you have carry capacity? Equipment runner rig frame. Pack mule rig frame. Heavy container gun runner rig frame. Wait, that's good, right? Oh, wait, it has more slots now. Oh, that's nice. Oh. Kobold kissing in progress? In a cave, yeah. Like free kisses and hugs and uppies? Yeah. It's so good. It works very well and I want to give things. The perk of being a kobold sometimes. But it's a secret, no one will know. It's almost like the Dover brothers. You know, like the Dover brother villain in that particular episode. I don't know if you guys seen it. It's like, I'll steal it. No one will ever know. It's so visceral. It's so funny. I love that episode. It's so old too. So I guess we're going to a new place? Oh wait, can I upgrade my AK? Weapons and ammo. How do I... What? That pet? No, I want the pet. Pet. Boo. Boy, howdy, I wish I were a kobold. I know, right? Kobold has some good perks. Yep. Yippee. How do I upgrade my gun with attachments? Manage water supply? Get water or die. In order to survive, the water tank needs to be refilled each day. the level goes down at 0, all scavengers die. Loot will be lost, characters and experience will be kept. Oh wow. Even when I'm offline, it's gonna keep going? My god, look at the amount of blood bag. Eurasian weaponry. Oh, that's you. Kobo has big perks, Kobo has big thighs, Kobo good? Oh, true. I bought this. How can I use that? Mods. For AK or RPK. Stock upgrade. They said they're gonna change the persistent water drain thing. That's good. I mean, the persistent water drain thing, it's good if it's MMO. You know, keep the player base going. But if it's like a game where it can go on and off, and not like thousands and millions of people are playing in one single server, then might not be a good idea. Oh, customize? No. AK, customize. Muzzle device? No. It gives one stability. Oh. Oh no. Oh wait, those mods are just the default ones? Ooh, that's kinda weird. So I can sell them? Vend. Aramaki. Mods. Yeah, it looks like I can just sell them. Yeah. Yes. Right now we can continue. That hand does make sense. Oh! Wait, this aim is good. I don't like this aim, but this view is bad. Can you combine them? Oh wait, no, I want to play as Shaman. There we go. Oh, did I not bring bullet? Wow, crazy. I think I can just combat log, yeah. You need 5.45 and shotgun. Okay. Time to loot more. And hide around. So no one would know that the kobold is here. You notice something is gone from your end? It might be just a kobold. Something suddenly gone from a shelf or something? Might be just a kobold. Venture into the region and track down specific resources. They can be found in containers or left behind by defeated enemies.
The surface provides options.
You're telling me there's nothing there? The E nuggets can be consumed for a small health boost. Oh. Fuck. Oh, they're so blind. Oh, they're so blind, thank goodness. Are they patrolling this place? They might be, yeah. One, two, three, four, five. I don't think I can take down all of them. It's very dangerous. Let's try to go the other way. Are they just chasing me now? I'm using a shotgun. I'm using a shotgun. Okay, yeah, they're not chasing me. You see, there's always a squad of them. So scary. Look at that, a squad. Shit. I may have to fight them. Unfortunate. Maybe not, please be blind. Thank goodness they are blind, bro. So I guess 5 of them are just gonna go back and forth somewhere. Oh, that's loud. Oh! Immediate death. Okay, don't open up that door, it's bad. I love how the frame drops immediately too. Yeah, absolutely ganked. It's hard to pick the fight in this game since they always run in squads. So my gun is gone again. Oh, the default weapon will not be gone. Oh, cool. But my ammo is gone. I cannot keep doing this. My ammo keeps being gone. And my first aid kit. Is a roguelike, holy fuck. It kinda is, I think. Oh wait, maybe it is. Yeah, maybe it is. I do get experience points for Shaman. So can I get more carry capacity? Like 6,500. Submachine gun expert. I should use more submachine gun, yeah. And shotgun. Right? So now we can go by this. Yeah, SMG by one. Yes. Uh, 9-1. I don't have that ammo. Oh shit. Weaponry. 919. Thanks. Oh, Bomb, hi! Oh my god, it has been a while. Hello. It's been a long time. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty okay. Yeah. Ooh, that's so expensive. I'm not gonna buy all of them. I think 50 is enough, question mark? One magazine. I think that should be fine. Okay, let's try again. This time I can sort of pick their fights. 2 squads over there, I might be able to kill them. If I play my gun right. Man, I think the last time we interacted was the Dems fighting herd. The time when I was still playing Dems fighting herds, huh? Crazy. And Kobo, hi, who's Kobo? Orphs, what's an orph? Why am I getting orphed?
The surface provides options.
Alright, Kobo woke up today and chose violence. Okay, I'm gonna kill all of them. Well, it takes 9 to figure out to disable subtitles. You can disable subtitles by the on the stream left side, right side. There's like a little button that you can press. I think you can disable it there. It's similar to Glump. Okay, fine. Oh, if I open this, it's gonna be like everyone coming here. I have an idea. Run, run away. Am I well hidden? I think I am. A mysterious orb that's very valuable. On that clip, the bully, they just ganking Kobo. I can play some Forever Winter myself. Nice. My PC can hardly handle this game, but it's fine. It doesn't look like I attract them by opening up this door. I mostly do fast CSP speedruns. I don't know how to do speedrun. I don't even know how to fight things because I only played this for less than 2 hours. I mean, I know about picking my fights, but it's kinda hard. I could shoot them. Let's get it. Yikey beaky, ow!
Won't be the end of us.
I saw question mark here. I'll loot them afterwards. Jesus, there's so many of them. Maybe it's a bad idea to fight all of them. Because I forgot about gunshots is gonna attract so many people here. I mean, of course it's gunshots. If I hear gunshots, I will not go there, I'll run away. Where are they going? I think they might be patrolling the same place again. Okay, so they're just gonna patrol over there, I believe. If they come here, I'm pretty much dead. until you look.
You never know what you will find until you look. Gold from the soft white underbelly.
Okay, now to somehow survive this ordeal. Do they just keep respawning? Guess I can only go here. Stealth is not really my strongest suit here. I Wildflower. Everyone plays this game recently because I love looting. Why did I like this place so much? Have a good day, pets. Thank you, Wildflower. Maybe here is a bad idea. Let me try to find a way that I can just get past this place. Two patrol squads. Point blank shotgun could kill them one shot, but other than that,
Yark!
they're already actively updating the main complaints, and honestly, the water issue is so overblown. In 2 days, I accumulated over 2 months of water. 2 months! This is so easy to do. I don't know why everyone is throwing a fit over it. Maybe maybe they're really good. To someone who plays this game like this, and I don't know how to do it, I would not have water for 2 months. If I have water for like 6 days, I feel like I'm so good at this game already. Point is, I'm bad at the game and I don't know how to find water. I mean, look at me stuck in this one single place for like 10 minutes already. Because I'm afraid to engage and I don't know how to kill them efficiently. A game's tough, is what I'm trying to say. What was that review about? Water. In this game, you need to keep getting water to sustain your base. Essentially, it's a water. You get water, you find water. That's all you need to survive. Maybe they don't respawn. In this game, yep. Rap. I see you're constantly crouched. Is their eyesight or hearing particularly good? I'm not too sure. I think they're pretty bad. But I rather avoid conflict because that's what happens in a conflict. I die in 1 second.
Chicken nuggy.
Chicken Nicky in the yip.
Yup.
Did you know that I added a squeak yip?
Yep, 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 yep.
Yep.
Yep, 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 yep.
Take 1 or 2 guys down, run, break line of sight, ambush them for a different angle and repeat? Probably? Guess I have to resort in using default weapon until I understand this game more. Which is fine by me, alright? Oh, they can level too?
Yep, 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 yep.
Yep.
Chicken nuggy.
Chicken
Yep.
nuggy.
Yep.
I'll try a tactic.
Yep, yep.
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 Will be lost if it's restore enhanced base stat. Oh my god, yeah!
Yep.
Yep. Yep, yep.
You can prestige characters.
Ooh, shiny.
Hey, look, it's a
Chicken
squeaky.
nuggy.
Alright, let's try again. I can tell you that around the maze about 2 minutes long gives well, and it's piss easy to learn if your interest is that. Piss easy. I'm sorry, I'm not. I'm sorry, I'm not good with this kind of game. Oh my god, this. Now I feel terrible. Holy shit.
Our choices matter for those
Yep.
below.
I guess I'd rather experience this game with my own pace. Die a lot, maybe learn a little bit of things. Let me try the hit and run tactic. I didn't kill them. Okay, wait. I'm gonna wait for them to, like... I didn't even kill one of them. Can I stand up here? Oh. Will they see me here? Wait, why am I already so burdened? Maybe I can keep doing it. Maybe I don't need to run that far, question mark? Probably? Wahoo! I cannot shoot through the railing. The AWP noise. Oh my god, the first time we got a Kudamon. Hi. It's okay, they don't know where I am. You take into consideration that I might not have a lot of bullets. Maybe you just learned they don't pursue very far. Yeah, probably. I mean, look at that. They don't really come. Wait, they kind of do though. Wait, where did they go? Fish.
Patience is a virtue.
I want to see the patrol route. Going back from there? Okay. So shooting from that particular place should be fine. We're gonna need to hide first. Well, not really hide, but have a cover, I think. Oh, I just realized the goop. I'm stepping on goop. Ew. Man, if I can see them, that would be nice. It took a long time for them to like patrol back and forth here. Or not. I'm just aiming at the wrong place and I didn't even see them. Did they go through a different way again? Oh, it is so weird. Oh, they came out there again. I don't understand. Must be a different squad. Looks like they go back to their own like patrol route again, so I probably can do the same thing, which is like kill the one inside and then just hide at the start of the map. Did I just miss? Oh wait, that's very close.
Yep, yep.
Ow, fuck! Oh, okay, wait. We just found something amazing. They are apparently blind as fuck. I don't need to be so scared. They're blind. Okay. This is big discovery. They are blind. They're absolutely blind. Hi, Uncle Porp. Look at that yipper. Welcome. Okay, so shotgun can really take it off him, which is good. Let's try again. This time, be a little bit more clever. I might need to buy bullets. What if I'm out of bullet? I'm already out of 12 gauge. Oh no. I can buy this. Yes. And do you have 545 surplus? Low quality ammo for the AK and surplus rifle, but free? Oh, free? Oh my goodness. There's a free ammo? Oh, this thing is expensive. Let's buy like 250, I guess. 240. Okay. We are loaded in ammo for now anyway. We can bring more. Maybe not that much. Bring like 60. And sound 12 gauge. I think 12 gauge is 20. We're going in guns a-blazing because they're dumb. They're blind. We bring a standard first aid kit. And here, let's do it. Dude, I never felt this kind of what do you call it? Bravery. Bravery. Don't know if it's stupid or not stupid. I don't know. So if I'm ducking, they're practically blind until I shoot them. If I'm fast enough, I can sort of take care of all of them with my shotgun. So that's one thing to consider. Alright, let's try again.
A slightly different story.
Oh, did I brought the wrong ammo? Wait. Oh shit, did I brought the wrong ammo? Oh shit. Well, I mean, huh? But didn't you say that it's for low quality ammo for the AK? TKB 0146 and surplus rifle. Aren't you surplus rifle? Yeah. Recover big pots, weapons, and weapons. What did I do? I don't know what I did, but I did something cool, I think. Oh. Wait. They can open the door, right? Let me try this. Let me see how would they react to this. Okay, they will come to check the door. Would they come and check the door? No, it doesn't look like they are. So they just go for the usual patrol route. They don't even open the door. Wait, this is huge. Okay. Now we wait for them. It's alright. We wait for the question mark to dissipate. And then we can do the door. I hope that I can do it, you know? I'm hiding. You don't know that I'm here, okay? Are you guys seeing me? I shouldn't have bet on it. Hiya! Okay, this time we go in there, close the door, do the thing immediately, okay? Don't even think about it anymore. Ammo switch, why? Oh, there's different kind of ammo that I can use for a gun? Okay, okay. Alright, let's try again, baby. We're gonna do it. They are kind of blind, but sometimes they are not blind. They... Oh... Okay, this time we're going into the room, close the door, wait for them to come here, and blast it with my shotgun in that small 90-degree turn. That's the strat. All right, I'm doing it. I want to do it. They die one shot, point blank. And there's 5 a squad. I have 5 ammo. Maybe the game knows, you know. All right, Kobo woke up and chose violence. The sequel. All right, assets. Hmm? Oh, is that my parts? Oh, I can recover my things. Like dang souls. Using junk magazine. Okay, thank you. Why is it closed? No. Shit, I cannot close it. Oh, they cannot interact it from the inside? Well, gosh diggity dang, there goes my plan. Oh, I can only interact it with once? Weird, I thought for sure they interacted it like 3 times. Gee. Oh, maybe it has a cooldown. Give me a second. Okay, maybe it's just gone. Fine. Are they not gonna come out from here? Mm. They're not gonna come in here, right? Okay, let's be patient. I cannot keep dying like this. My bullets is all like almost expanded because I die way too many times. Oh, 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 oh. Mati lah aku, kenapa? What the fuck? Ayya. Oh shit. Don't ask. Oh, redemption! Because they are fucking blind. That's what you get for killing me 10,000 times. Oh, hi Merp! Oh my god! Hello.
Peace through
Yeah, shotgun the
discovery.
best. Small health boost. Cal ammo. Smuggled organs? Holy shit. No. Glue gun? Oh, shotgun shells!
Patience is a virtue.
More shotgun shells. Am I holding too many things? Probably. Take damage but be accurate, more accurate for a short time. Right click on item to discard. I don't want you. No whiskey? That's a lot of shotgun shells. Oh my goodness. Sighting optic? Works on the multiple web. Is it like a laser sight? Sighting optic. Maybe it's a laser sight. Cookies. Huh? There's cookies. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. MRE? For plants, if desperate can be consumed for a small health boost. No room? What the fuck? Maybe it's time to go. MRE is food? I have full health, so hell yeah. I can eat. Can I eat that now? There's still so many radio channels. But I think inside should be safe for now. I mean, considering I just killed like 10 of them. I just spam shotgun. It's a weird tree, fellow German. Yeah, fellow German. More shotgun shells. Maybe I need to bring more shotgun shells, you know? What does good for trade? I mean, I know what good for trade means, but does it trade like for more money? Sure. Alright, going in guns ablazing. Shogun. Oh, wait, there. You see them?
Contact.
Hello and welcome. Help! Don't come here. Don't come here. Saca punona kau. Don't do it. Don't do it. Ah! I'm healing. Yikey peeky, no! No, I'm so bad. All my shotgun shells. Do you not have a full inventory? Maybe? A full inventory means that I'm like full of items, right? I mean, there was a lot of shotgun shells. I lost everything again. Anti-war machine, thank you. Welcome. 哎呀，干他晒哦，真的是没哦。Maybe I don't need that much submachine gun. Oh, sorry, not submachine gun. Rifle. I'll just bring like 130. Yeah. Out of curiosity, why did you even shoot these guys in the first place? They don't allow me to go to the place that I want to go. And they were blocking my path. Wait, full inventory, let's kill some more. I mean, look, they're blocking my path and I don't know where the extraction point is. You gotta understand that there's people like me who's bad beyond belief. I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I know what I'm doing. I guess I know what I'm doing. Yeah. Alright, let's try again. This time, I know what to do. I'm the best. I'm the best. I will kill shotgun everything. Oh, don't I need to kill to get the European drone
That
components?
familiar sound. I remember it well.
Alright, this time I'm a change kobold. So this door is just gone forever. It looks like, sounds like they're outside. I also love this choke point because shotgun is gonna excel here so much. Not exactly choke point, I guess, but the 90-degree. Where are they? Why do I keep hearing radio chatter if I don't see any of them? Yo? Oh my goodness. I really need to find where they... Well, I keep hearing radio chatter, but I don't see them at all. I don't like this. I'd rather kill them and knowing that I'm safe. Maybe they're not coming here anymore. What am I looking at? What the fuck? Oh, I can see them through doors? They don't walk like human. Why are they so stumbly? fuck? Am I in a zombie room? Mine. Extraction point. There? Looks like there's like Overwatch. Someone can shoot like from a really good vantage point. I don't think I want to go there. I'd rather try opening up the door. Extraction point is there? Question mark? Where are they? Yeah, they're not human. The hell? I should make an Osu skin, but it's just a salt and patry. We love a salt and patry. Very adorable. Attaches to Jade. Nice. Then I'll attach to Merp. So Jade will not have me and Merp. Oh wait, there's gunshots. Don't like that. The gunshots are getting closer. Any question mark? Yeah. Ah! Okay, they're blind, they're blind. Oh my god, there's like a bunch of zombies here. What? Muffin? Wait, thank you, Muffin. But I'm being chased, I think. Pooping train? Uh-oh. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Help, 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 help. Thank you, Muffin. Oh my god. Not like this. Nope. Oh, you guys like this? Get the triple rate. Supportive Wiggles. Hi Sim. Hi Corix. I can hardly read the chat because I don't know what I'm doing and I'm scared. I am terrified and I'm just trying to get to the extraction point. But I hope game is fun. Is that the extraction point? Go! Run with wild abandon. I don't care anymore.
I hope the bastards at home appreciate this.
Oh. Surplus shotgun. Thank you, Muffin. The triple rate here. Booping train. Crystal Hoop, hi. Hope you are doing good. Have Dirk Hugs to help with the fear. Yes. I like Dirk Hugs. Game was fun. Plays the tuning archipelago with some good beans. Nice. Are those cyborgs chasing you? I don't know. Are they cyborg? Are they Zombo? It was cyborgs? I don't know. I don't know they are cyborgs. I'm glad to hear it was heckin' fun, Muffin. It's always nice to see dragons here. I love them. Also, welcome in all the raiders. I'm flat today because this game is too intensive for my PC. Auto captions, oh captions, just utterly butcher your sentence into some kind of nonsense. We love closed captions, don't we? Anyway, welcome. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. Hug, 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 boop, 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 all of them. And I do art on some Mondays. It was because people were petting you too vigorously. It's never. I don't think it's never too vigorously, no. Turn you into Kobo pancake. I don't mind. I don't mind being turned to Kobo pancake. I mean, look at this. When I'm here, my avatar is not even moving at all. This game is too intensive for my PC. But it's fun. I like it. More. Oh, I didn't get a lot of shotgun shells. Maybe I should kill more enemies so that I can get shotgun shells. That would be nice. We do get a lot of first aid kit, so that was good. Fun games are good? Heck yeah. Fun games are very good? Heck yeah. We love fun games. Wait, my goal is supposed to get the 3 Europan drone component. Huh. I'm not getting any of them. 16 days of water. There was no water over there. I have an early day tomorrow, so I should head to bed. Hope we continue having the funs. Of course. Thank you, Muffin. This might not be the game that I play usually, but there is looting and there is shooting and there's shotgun, and I love shotgun and I love looting. Yeah. Maybe I have to go in there again. can't wait for the lore drops in this game. There's lore? Tiara, you can mark enemies to identify them. Mark enemies like doing this, and then I can see their marking. Huh? Hello and welcome. Krona is insane. Hey, there's a button for marking. Huh? Option. Key binding. Body command. Crouch. Psychoactive equipment. Consumable fire mode. Dive left control. I can dive? Drop inventory item. Fire. Interact jump. Lean? Mark location. Oh, is this the mark? Z by default, I think. Mark location. You can also mark enemies with this. Z. Okay. I remember this. This melee? Toggle rig equipment Q. Wait, but this lean. Lean is Q and E. What do you mean? And dive. I cannot lean. Oh, lean. What's the point? Huh? I guess. Dive. 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 No, dive. Run, dive. Dive. No. Dive. 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 Maybe run. And then dive. No? Dive only works sideways, and it's more like I move a little faster to the side. The recovery on this thing, that's dive? That's not dive, that's dodge. The recovery on this thing, you're dead. I guess it does help when it comes to a situation like this and then Right. So, check. What's with the numbers? Dive. Distance? Oh, you're right. It is distance. Oh shit, clever. Oh my god, big brain. Meter? Numbers are probably distance. Yeah, looks like it. Holy shit, huge brain. I was like, why does the number change like that? I don't understand. Alright, guys, I have to go in there again. No. I need to kill them for the thing. I know nothing about this game, but I know a pinging system at least. That's nice. I'm too dumb. Like most of the time I play games, it's like, huh? When this number involved, huh?
Yep.
Oh no, my brain cell gone. Hire recruit. Can I hire people? Oh, this is what it is. I bought it the first thing and I forgot about it. Oh. Oh my god, look at that. I can bring so many things. Woo. Woo. I gotta go in there and kill them. There's a vendor that sells you recruits. I think that's why I bought this, because it says that scarf mule to carry your gear. And I think what's like I think like being able to take more things is always good, because I like hoarding things as a kobold should. Yeah. More loot. Always more loot. You are kind of scary. You are...
needs are measured in scraps. Let's not waste space.
You are going to... Why are you humping that rock? Oh, okay. I'm not gonna judge. Hey, even robots have needs, I guess. Hello? Look at you, so stupid. Oh my god, I love you so much. Look at you. Oh my god, that's actually me. No brain. I don't even know how to use a ladder. Shit. I want to try going outside this time. What are you doing? Oh my god. Oh, they're coming. Are they gonna shoot my thing? Could you maybe not stand over there? Could you maybe like hide? Oh. Oh, sniper. That was loud as fuck, excuse me. Is someone up there? Why was that so loud? Alright, we're gonna try to get more shotgun shells, so we're gonna kill from here. Eh? Making a lurk a bit, be right back. Okay. Have a good lurk. Hmm. There's no one inside here, it feels like. You... You scared the fuck out of me! How could you do that? Friend? Did you just make that noise? Is that why it was so loud? Whoa. Oh,
You never know what you will find until you look.
until you look. Mods, can we delete that? There. I assume we meant that one. I'm a mod too, I think. No, where's my shotgun shell? Oh my goodness. Oh, that's my oh my god. I got scared by my own robot twice. I'm not bringing it anymore. Plot twist, not being the mod of your own channel. That would be kind of funny, isn't it? Then viewers can just do whatever they want. It's like, Oh my god, it's all medical supplies here. I hear them. Where's my machine? Oh, that's why. Oh my god. What are you doing? I was like, why are they not running? Why are they not like patrolling around? They saw this little shit walking in front of them. I mean, they have the courtesy to not kill the thing though, so I'll take it. Fuck, 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 fuck. Shit, shit, shit. They're just looking at the thing. God damn it. Kill them. I need to kill them. They're just looking at the thing. Oh.
This won't be the end of us.
Oh, are you dead? Oops.
And glory.
Oh wait, are they like the stronger version? They look stronger. That's an interesting machine. Anyway. I love how they're just looking at the machine saying, okay. Let me turn my back for a little. Oh, machine? Oh. Maybe I'm just dumb. Look at my shotgun level 3. Oh my goodness. Oh, I got the water just now and I died. Oh no. Oh, the ammo doesn't restock. Oh no. The fertilizer sell for so much? Oh, wow, look at the money. Oh my god. I guess good for trade means that it's for sale like this. I mean, good. Even organs. Grip upgrade. Oh, you restock in time. Hmm. 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 How do I know about your base stats? I mean, the game told me that, oh, you can prestige your character and then they will have stronger base stats. I don't feel any different. I don't feel much different. I still feel like I die every time. Hmm. Am I not supposed to fight them? I'm back. Oh, welcome back, man. Did you make it? Nah, I died. It's kinda hard. Well, scratch that. It's hard as balls. Very, very difficult. Oh. They were also looking at my recruit too. It's like, oh, What is the machine? I don't know what the machine is. If you're still there after I had lunch, you can play co-op if you like, or if it's not too late for you. I mean, I still kind of want to play for a little bit more. But if tonight I see you, if I see you stream this game, is it okay if I just like go poke the merp and it's like merp merp? Can I join merp? But I feel like I'm gonna be so much of a burden because I'm so bad at this game. I don't know what I'm doing. I sincerely don't know what I'm doing though. Maybe I just like killing too much. But kill fun. Kill good. I like kill good fun. In game, of course, not real, okay? Just gonna make sure Twitch, not real. A fiction only. A very important hint, okay?
Check your bones for breakage.
In Minecraft. It's not never in real life. I would never condone such stuff. Nuh-uh. Fuck it, you never burn. We're all in the chaos. I like shooting people. Make them a statement what you will. Why do I hear mega footsteps? Europan XO? What the fuck? Look, can I kill that thing? Holy. Probably getting like a grenade launcher or something. Never tried to kill it, but I've seen it die before. Yeah. Probably for like heavy explosions. You know, like the cobalt like explosions. What? Did I just tap on? Oh my god! I'm maybe I'm Kotomak, I don't know. I just tap on water like there's nothing. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness, there's so many medical support. Yep.
Told you. Patience is a virtue.
Oh, shotgun shells. And the real ammo. No room? Let's try going in here. Oh! No. Explosives? I like northern pike. Is that like a fish? Hmm. Look, ammunition. Magnum? Oh no. What do you mean no room? I just discarded things. It says I cannot take explosions anymore. Magnum shotgun shell. So I must be at their like storage unit or something because there's so many things I can loot here. And there's only me. No, on top? After we open this, I'm gonna hide first. I think I was wrong. I think they are right below me. They might be right below me. That's why I keep hearing the footsteps, but I don't see them at all. I am mega dead, by the way. Oh, who are they killing? Wait, who are they killing? Wait. Go back first. Oh no, why are they fighting? It was my gunshot, but they were shooting something else. I'm scared. I'm so scared. A lot of shooting going on. These... Oh my god, are these water? Oh my god. Oh, it's the tumbles. Extraction point is there. Extraction point is also there. I assume it's like a two-place extraction. Thank goodness they're so blind just like me. Holy shit, those things are strong. They just killed the soldiers like there's nothing. What the? I'm not trying to ping my own water. I'm trying to ping... What are they? I cannot ping anymore. Maybe because I'm ducking? Yeah, I was ducking. Why are you guys like this? Where's the extraction point? Oh my god, it's not here! It's okay, we chill. Yeah. The zombie just like go get them. Oh, lucky. I don't think I can get lucky twice. But the extraction point is not here. I got debated by this. Come on, I just want to keep my loot, man. I just want to keep my loot. They're blind. Slowly. It's fine. Oh my goodness. That was right on top of me. Yeah, they're so blind. They are blind. I am the shadow. I lurk in darkness. You don't know where I am. I'm here and now I'm there. You saw me there, but I was already at another place. That's how Kobos work. Hell yeah. Right, where the fuck is that extraction point? You know, I feel like this game would benefit from FSR upscaling. Because most games have that and it allows me to play most games quite reliably. So maybe if this game implements FSR, AMD FSR, then that'll be great. I mean, even Tekken has that. Go. I'm the best. Oh my god. Oh my god. I saved the loot. Gnaws on the Kobold's horns, but My horn. I love my horn. Hi, Violet. I still didn't get the Europan drone component though. Why did I keep going there then? Wait, do I have to kill them to get the thing. Move to statue. I have to kill them to get the thing. More ammo now, fuck yeah. Heck yeah. We don't even need the junk ammo anymore. Some vendors give away the surplus ammo for free. Oh yeah, I think I think I bought 500 of them from Ahmad. Oh, mine. Yeah. And then there's also you. Oh my god, free. Oh my god. We left free ammo. Also, why do I want to sell water? Water storage is here. Transfer water. Whoa! I'm so good. Also, a little hint, there should be a donation box. I want mochi now, dang it. But mochi sounds good. There's weapons in there sometimes. Free guns? For free? Oh my god, thank you. I don't know who donated that gun. Curse your tendency to watch food porn. I'm not watching it now. You cannot blame me for it, Violet. What ammo you use, huh? 919. But if I die, the gun is gone, right? Fine. Just use it. Maybe it's stronger. Yeah, maybe it's stronger. Thank you. I should just change, like, not use the default weapon, I guess. Maybe they're actually stronger. Maybe they feel better. What am I looking at? This customize. This customize. What? Oh. I don't even have that gun. I got the rare gun, look at it. But you can retrieve it if you return to the place of your death. Oh! Oh! I can just keep doing it then. Oh, let's go back there and kill everything. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh my god. Easy, we're gonna kill them and get all the Europan drone component thing. Oh. Did I just shoot
Our
once?
deeds are measured in scraps. Let's not waste space.
I love how the gun is like dead still, right? And then you have the hand just like wiggling around. Gun. Y'all gonna die. I have guns. Have gun will shoot. Hey. No one's affected by that, really? Oh wait, someone's affected by it.
Stay on target. Our people need this.
Dive! Thank you for being dumb. Because if not, I could have died 10,000 times over. Looks like they're still searching for me. I should find, like, weren't here, like, a bunch of medical supplies here? Oh, yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, look at that heal. It's so good. Oh, that's a full heal. Holy. Okay, let's loot their stuff. Soldier A. What was that noise? Soldier B. What was that noise? Die? What was that noise? Die? What was that noise? Dies? Thank you for being
You
dumb.
never know what you will find until you look.
Until you look. Officer's laptop? 50 cal ammo. Give me all the good stuff.
In good times and bad, the city shows its true face. Patience is a virtue.
I don't know why you collecting guns saying patience is a virtue. Like, what significance does that hold? No whiskey. Kobo don't drink. No sticks. No cigarette. Kobo don't stick. But potato chip good. I like potato chip. You can also just take everything without it being identified by clicking loot all. It will appear as a question mark in your inventory though. Oh! Wait a minute, I'm so good? Damn, I'm too good. Pro stacking? Alright, let's loot them. They're still outside. It's okay, I want them to be identified. Thank you. Oh, the loot are gone. No! But I killed them. They think they're gonna shoot me when they see me. Have you tried left out? Oh yeah, the over the shoulder mode. I like this kind of aim. I hate this kind of aim. I like this kind of view. I don't really like this kind of view. So I wish they can sort of like change it, but I don't know. I don't like this kind of aim. Die. Endless enemy? Can I get one drone component, please? To you. I don't want to backseat too much, but do you want another small hint? Yeah, sure. Hey, Coffee Mensa. Wait, where's the enemy? Wait, I thought there were enemies down there? Okay, now I guess now we can slowly walk towards the extraction point. When you take the drop weapons, they are either destroyed or disabled. A destroyed weapon can only be sold for money, but a disabled weapon can be used after you extract it. Destroyed. Hmm. Also destroyed. Oh, disabled.
The city provides sustenance.
Alright, let's go from here again. I think I killed most of them. Shotgun is just too good in this game. I feel like the other guns just cannot do the same thing. I'm too full. Pretzel? Pretzels? Oh, pretzels. Mm. You got an M4 rifle? I got an M4 rifle? I think that's good. Isn't that the gun that counter-terrorists used in Counter-Strike? M4A1, right? Or M something 16, I think. Yeah, just gonna get it home. I'm gonna try my best. Oh. What was that? Formation now, right? Formation. Single file, single file. Oh my god, oh my god. I hate that, I hate that, I hate that. Please tell me the extraction is here. It's very shiny. Oh my god. Go, 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 go.
Freedom
Oh,
found underground.
I'm the best. Still no drone component. What is this? We got loot. Ninja Nub. Hey. Love that 4-year-old winter. Just take it slow and hang in there. No fighting unless you gotta. Yeah. Loot. The drones are not inside buildings. They fly around outside. God damn it. No. Okay, I believe in my shotgun. Heck yeah. Oh, yaki piki. My PC's dying. Wait a minute. Hi, Jester. Wix87. Wix. No box. PC. Hi, Jester. Welcome. Why are you playing, Jester? Why are you playing? RuneScape. Never played RuneScape before. Old school. Is it like really, really old school? Old school? Like 80s old or 90s old? Hopefully you had fun. Short 18. Jester. Something like that. Wasn't paying attention. Jester, I wouldn't say 18 is short. But still, I'm glad you seem to be having fun. Hell yeah. Ooh. Europan rifle uses 5.56. Oh. Oh, goddamn. Look at that. More accuracy. I bought a dog in the innits. A dog? Yeah, we got our dragon boots and Abyssal Whip today on the hardcore Iron Man. Dragon? Oh my god, there's dragon in the game? Gonna start soloing Chambers of Zarek soon. How's your stream going, friend? Stream is going pretty fine. I'm dying a lot, but also getting a bunch of loot. And a loot is always good. I love loot. Even though my PC can barely handle this game, apparently. The other receiver might have rails on it attached lasers or flashlights. I recommend using a suppressor on the guns, by the way. Seems to make the enemy less aggressive. Suppressor? Oh wait, these are all the same thing, right? Yeah. That mount. That doesn't look cool. True aimer. Ooh, slick. Iron front sight, eh? Oh, I can only choose one. Oh. Was it this one? Oh, I never really... Did I shout Chester? I don't remember. But here, let me do it again. Sorry, I was so caught up on doing the gun thing. But also, welcome in all the raiders from Chester's channel. Oh, I did. Nice. I'm Tiara. I'm a Kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. And I do art on some Mondays. Hope you are doing good. Muzzle device. Might have one? Check in your muzzle devices. Muzzle device. Oh, there's no muzzle devices though. Oh, we're getting more 12 gauge. This one uses 922. And then bop. So I need to roam outside to find the drone thing. God damn it. Hey, I think I got a bunch of experience points. Oh! gun. Thanks for the bullet. Hmm. I can sell these, right? I need potato chip. No, I need pretzels. Energy bar. Good. Oh, money. Destroyed M4 and oh, the gun destroyed. Okay, okay. No, no, no. Oh my god, I have so much money. Do you always sell the same gun only? I guess we try again. I'll probably do like one last run. If they like you more, they sell you more guns. Oh, okay, okay. I'm feeling a tad bit hungry. And the food sounds good. Yeah, food. You like this game? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. If only my PC can handle this game though. Because I have everything on the lowest possible and playing at 30 FPS, my PC is still like dying constantly from this, sadly. So I might not be able to stream this game. This is only like the try, right? Just trying to stream this game. But apparently not, so yeah. I'm not gonna stream this game. But I'll definitely play more off stream as well. If I can, that is. Sad Kobo noises. Is that a drone? Are you drone? Where did it go? Europan Exo. Alright, I think I identified you before. Help, 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 help. Oh, even the exosuit is blind. There's no way. How do I hide against them? There's no Skyrim that I cannot get sneaked to 100. And then I can just like duck in front of them and they cannot even see me anymore. Because I was ducking. I duck, the moment I duck in Skyrim, they cannot see me. It's like, where the people go, huh? Gun. Oh. Oh, place. They're not gonna come in here, right? Because if they do, I'm like 200% dead. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Thank you. The drones are flying. Oh, like the little flying things? Maybe they're not lit. The NPC perception is quite bad, so don't worry too much. They still find me every time. I mean, to be fair, I might be a little bit dumb when it comes to hiding. You know, kobolds are sneaky. Not this one. This one might not be as sneaky. Because they were trying to shoot at me. I'm self-defending. It's lunchtime, lurky schmirky. Have a good lurk and have a good lunch, merp. Have a heckin' good lunch. Where's the enemy? I don't know how to get past them. Nugget. Not too sure how to get past them. Hello and welcome. Nina, thank you. Don't look in here. I'm not here. Oh hey, that works. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you, Nina. Uh-oh. And the legendary too, first try. Appreciate it. I'm just trying to figure out how to get past them. There's two of them. I was asleep. Were you? Anyway, I'm a lurk and get going in a raid of my own. Have a good have a good time raiding. Little daytime rest? Yeah. I mean, it's a Sunday as well. Oh, 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 oh. Okay. I wasn't panicking. I love how the things are just loading in slowly. Octopus. I'm gonna load in that texture. I didn't use any of these ammo. USP and SD, I'm not gonna get them. I instinctively pressed R to loot all because of Skyrim.
A day well spent.
A day well spent. It's a death sentence if I try to go through here. Is this not a door? Red door angry. Am I supposed to shoot at you? I'm gonna make so much noise though. Weird. I guess I have to shoot them? Yeah, making noise is a really bad idea. But other than that, I don't know how to destroy it. I mean, there's melee, but shit's flying. Oh, fuck it. If I make noise and people are coming, I have shotgun. I have to rely on shotgun. I mean, Merp did mention drones are like flying things. They are flying. This is definitely drone. I should roam around this place a little bit more. I'm shooting it. Wish me luck. Oh. It didn't have any, like, indication that I did damage to it, so what gives? Am I not supposed to do that? Probably. But then again, I'm not too sure what to do other than just like shooting it down. We're just gonna sneak past, but I need the component. It says retrieve 3 European drone components. What? What? I don't understand. Maybe it's not that drone then. Let me see if I can find another flying thing. Oh. A lot of gunshots here. Oh, are they drones? Wait, maybe they are drones. I was shooting the wrong thing all the time. The fuck? They made no sound. Are they fighting against the mecha? Aren't they the same faction? No, somebody's shooting at the mecha. And now you have that. What the hell is going on? Are they not on the same side? It doesn't look like they are. Look at that. Yeah, they were mega sneaky. European soldier. European green. Damage weapon. Eurasian drone. Find a European drone. What? I am so confused right now. I'm drinking. Oh my god, I needed that.
You never know what you will find until you look.
Until you look. Okay. I survived 2 encounters somehow. We take those, right? We take those. I know I'm taking it very slowly, right? So might not be like the ideal like viewing experience, but I'm just scared. So you'd excuse me.
Gold from the soft white underbelly.
Disabled.
Peace through discovery.
You cannot believe how much shotgun carried my ass. Oh my god, cyborg components. Cyborg? Also, they're not zombos. Like, excuse me, how are they cyborg? Yeah, they're just like warring over there. Yeah, shotguns seem very strong in this game. But, you know, you have to be point blank, which is like normal because shotgun makes sense. Ooh, so many shotgun shells, nice. So these are cyborgs, they are not zombos? I would rather look at them as like zombos. I mean, look at their behavior. And they even sound like zombies. How are they not zombies but cyborg? Okay, that's the extraction. With a bunch of... That's a lot of cyborgs. They are special? Probably. Enemies are dumb to get close to you. And I need them to be dumb so that I can survive. Fuck. I think I need to throw away the bullet that I'm not using. Or like money, I don't need them for now. So according to Merp, mods don't take out spots. So that's good to know. I'm not trying to loot the container. Thank you. Please give me a crosshair. Why is there no crosshair? Brandy. Okay, I need to really think about what I take. Destroyed. Oh, welcome back, Merp. That was fast. What are they doing? Exo? Okay, Eurasian cyborg. Oh, Europe and Eurasian are fighting each other? Oh yeah, the drone. That must be it. Come on, shoot it down, shoot it down. Did I drop anything? The amount of gunshots is insane. Holy shit. It's an Eurasian drone, so it's not the drone that I want. I forgot to deploy medical supplies and nearly died. I nearly died like multiple times already, but I'm too good. No, I'm not good. Okay, just take the ammo that I need. Don't take every single ammo possible. And no more large item. Don't press R, I'm not playing Skyrim. Ooh. Ooh. You want to stream it together, guys? I will start my stream soon. This is my last run though, and after this I'm probably gonna get some dinner. And after dinner, if I see you are streaming, if you don't mind, I could join. I could join and have fun together. We can play this game together. Although you have to excuse me for being really bad though. I'll poke Merp at stream when you start the streaming. I'm stuck here. Wonder curious if they will not start coming. So is it because I'm too slow?
It's that time again. Do or die.
I'm just gonna rush the extraction point. Jesus.
This is as it would be, still alive.
Oh!
For now.
I don't know how to get the thing. There was 30 minutes of trying to find the drone. I saw a drone. It says okay, I didn't think it's Europan. So what happens if I punch a bolt? And of course ads. I'm sorry about the ads, but it is something that I need to put on so that it, you know, it helps a little bit financially. But I don't think you're able to hear this, so it's fine. It is my last run though. Do you have free bullets? Oh my god. Free bullets. I thought water would be like the most valuable thing ever, but it sells for 0. Weird. Characters rig containers hold 20% more weight and volume? Yeah, 5% more. So I kinda want this one. Sprinting expert? I don't know, is it even good? Sprinting with this character is 2% faster. Why come back, Violet? What happens if I punch a kobold, right?
I don't care what you're doing right now, Kobo, but you better yip for me for the next 2 minutes.
I mean, there's not much I can do other than just yip. I'm so small. Also, sorry about the ads. It's something that I kind of need to put on. You know, it helps a little bit financially, so yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much just yip when I get punched. Yeah, I'm probably gonna stop here too. I'm getting hungry. Even though I did start stream a lot later today, so it's kind of a short stream. Hope you guys don't mind. I'm gonna go get dinner. What does happen if I punch a kobo? Yip! Nothing much I can do other than yip. Oh, I don't know about the other kobos, they might bite. Horns. Now my horns. I love my horns. Oh. And yip and get snuggles. Hey, we take those. Oh, at least I take those. If it's only like one, if it's only like one punch, and then I get snuggles. Free. Manage innards. Oh. The 20 days of water pay 500k. 5 days of water pays 25k credit. Doghouse. 1 day of water 110k credit. Place the prayer may offering to the Mac God. Have 1 day of water, singular trait expressing your generosity and altruism. Yeah.
Where's the TV screen? Oh, is that a TV screen? Where's the tree that I just bought? Oh. Oh. European weaponry. Tasty oats? No. Considering I tend to use it as a tactical snuggle pouch, just pouch the bean and then snuggle the Heki Saladum. Wonders of marsupial pouches. Oh, pouch! Oh, not punch, it's pouch. Oh my god, then... yeah, pouch me up. Oh my goodness. Pouch me up, I want it. I didn't know Snake has pouches. Oh, encoding overload. Okay, it's alright. My PC is sort of calming down now, at least, so hell yeah. This. Yeah. So good. From the start. Mmm. Snake pouch? You play Tikaka? I'll snoot first into ESO. I installed ESO and I want to get back into it very soon. Snake pouch? Yes, I'm an odd snake. I love that odd snake. Having a pouch, oh my goodness. The potential, it's endless. It can put me in. And you can also put me in. You know, you could also put me in too, so that's one thing. Or maybe you could also put me in too, right? That's a thing that you can do with the pouch. Oh. Hey, Merp started streaming. Since me and Merp is playing... Yeah, me and Merp's playing the same game. I think raiding there is a good idea. Raiding Merp in general is just a good idea. It's around the Moo rules and how I need to design my own at some point. Moo rules? Never really heard of them. Is it like cow kangaroo hybrid? That's pretty unique. I put you in. I don't think you're coming out willingly. No. You either yeet me out and then I'll crawl back in, or I stay inside. Yeah. And what? Oh my god, snake pouch. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Snake pouch. Oh my god. Right, let me summon Bernie real quick. It's Cow Kangaroo hybrid. It's so unique. A Mooru's right. I mean, you guys can look at my screen, so Mooroo. Taiwo Salahuddin. Oh, there's one FA post. Oh, that's pretty cute. But this one has no pouch though. I love pouches. I just want to get in them. Hey, Bernie. Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. They're very cute, yes? Adorable Muru. Also gonna plug my Discord back. I can spam dragon pictures now because I don't need to avoid spoilers for Heihachi and Masanta Wilds. Yeah, thanks, Bernie. I need a fish too. Fish good. Ooh, nom stick. Oh my goodness, it's nom stick. Look at that. Eat nom stick. This fish doesn't look like it has meat. Yeah. Oh yeah, raid message. Why am I just looking at fishing? Okay. We're gonna ask Mert for uppies. How just the bonus slid us off. Bye bye. I'm in a pouch and I'm never getting out. Comfy, comfy. Comfy stick pouch. Let me type in the right to Mert. Well, was that scene about my last day? I've been pouched. Bye bye. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some dinner. Tomorrow. I need to do I need to do Yeah, I need to do I'll do some art then. Yeah, I'll do some art definitely. So yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna do some art. We need art stream. Yeah, I need to do art as well. Would Tira poke her hand out of the pouch or would she struggle right outside? The second one. I would snuggle right up inside, and if someone... or if I hear shiny or anything that perks my interest, then I'll probably poke out a little bit to see if I get shinies or not. If not, then I'll just get back inside. Typical Kobo behavior. Here shiny, perks up. No shiny, bye bye. Yeah, if you want to bait the kobold out, the shiny is a good one. But it's gonna be difficult to lure me out the pouch now that I'm in. Anyway, I type in the raid and I'm ready to raid as well. So yeah, Jane needs color. True. I do need to UV unwrap first before I can go texturing. Must be really good hearing to hear shinies. Yeah. Like us, or maybe us kobolds have the weird frequency that we can hear shiny. If a shiny is nearby, our ears will like perk. Or maybe eared kobold, because I know like that there's some kobolds who doesn't have ears, right? But yeah, eared kobold, for me, I would wiggle my ears like, oh. Shiny? Nearby? Oh. So, yeah. We need to unwrap Jade. Man, so jealous. Anyway, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Kobold loves y'all. I'm sure Jade enjoys being wrapped. Yeah, me too. Considering that the game that I've been playing, you know, the game that I posted in the spicy corner. Yeah, the game is so fucking good, actually. It's not just good; it's so many things that I ever hoped for and more. So yeah, I'm glad, right? And here comes the raid to Mub. Good night, Becky. Night. I'm gonna go have a good dinner. And then probably join Merp for a little bit as well, while we play a little bit of the Forever Winter afterwards, a little bit. I'll see if I can join that, that's right. I sure hope I can, because I'm gonna get carried. So yeah, I'll probably appear in Merp's channel afterwards. Probably with the biggest question mark ever, you know, probably? I'm not too sure yet, but I sure hope that I can do it, right? It would be nice to be able to appear in some other people's stream as well. Fun! Have good food, thank you. We'll have good food, but... Missed that, have to check it out. Yeah. I mean, based off the Telegram channels that you sent me, I think you're gonna like it too. Game's great. And I'm pretty sure there's nothing else tomorrow. Let's do some art. So, take care everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Bye bye. Take care. Bye bye. Yeah.